Hey. Welcome to Automat Live Coding, stream where we write Automat, a desktop automation app. Recently we've been working on automating some macros in Skyrim, and we got something that can actually scan through the vendor's inventory automatically. It's not incredibly fast, and there are a lot of glitches that we'll have to fix now. So, a couple of things I mentioned that I would like to do. One, we have those instructions that can have some immediate values inside them. The problem is that those immediate values, they are typed, like this one it's a text. We are not storing this information in the Automat save file, so whenever I restart Automat, they revert back to number representation. So this is something that can be fixed rather easily by just storing the type in the state that we save. So this is one thing we will do. Then we also have those unnecessary widgets here when we do jumps. Actually, we are configuring the jump offsets automatically, so there is no need to have this edit widget. When you connect a connection somewhere, then it's automatic, essentially. So there is that. And the next thing, and actually something that it's hard for me to stop thinking about this, are those conditions. x86 has 16 different conditions. And they work with only some types of numbers, like some of them affect only unsigned numbers, some of them only make sense for signed numbers. And this is something we don't really display in the UI, maybe except these plus minus sometimes. But even when we click this, there's no really change in this widget. So most numbers are kind of the same, whether they are positive or whether they have sign or not. And this sign, it's actually just so the sign isn't really part of the base. It's more of so each number has some number of bits, and all of the lower bits, they indicate the value of the number, but the highest bit, the only thing that actually changes when we click this button is how do we interpret the highest bit. So I was thinking about maybe moving this sign property into the text, into different place. So here I would change the base. I don't know. Actually, I don't know. It is a complex design problem, but it's definitely worth thinking about. What is this? I must have typed 10 here. So this is kind of the plan that I prepared for today. We're still in this task of editing instruction immediates. So we have those two small tasks, like removing the immediate editor, persistent type, and then we will design the x86 condition codes. I have some notes already prepared on those condition codes. I started doing some kind of mapping of how they relate to each other, so that maybe we can maybe we can think of how we could compare them. How we could present them, I mean. Let me leave some ideas here. So for signed numbers, we could say they are, we could present them as I'm not sure if that's how you write it. So those are different ideas of how we could present signedness in the user interface. I think reflection isn't really that great because the highest bit doesn't actually reflect the value. The highest bit actually offsets the value down. So similarly, for unsigned numbers, we could show them as shift up, because the interpretation of the highest bit is that it shifts the value up, and here the highest bit shifts the value down. So I've been browsing through some stylized text ideas. Lots of stylized text. There is nothing that screams to me that, hey, it's unsigned or a signed thingy. None of those styles really signal this concept. So the styles that we will use will affect kind of how the users will think about those things. So for instance, if we decided to show unsigned numbers using the same style as neutral numbers, then that would encourage users to use unsigned rather than signed equivalents. But using the same style would also signal them that those operations can be used for all numbers, which is not the case. Only those for conditions work on all types of numbers. If you apply them to signed numbers, it's just going to be wrong half of the time. So because of that, I think we need 3 different styles. One should be totally neutral. one should signal something about the fact that those numbers can be really large and that they cannot drop below 0. Represent them as one directional arrow, and those would be I really dislike arrows, so I think I'm not sure if I will go this way. Okay, so one thing I know is that, yeah, we need those free styles. I also wonder how we could, so for experts, right, for people who know programming, we should also leave some clues that will help the people who already know this stuff. So we already have something like this on our instructions, where we print machine code and x86 assembly just in a corner. One place where I see really nice ideas is this Pinterest. If you look for typography posters on Pinterest, you will see tons of ideas. We could render pretty much all of those styles, by the way. This type, absolutely, we can do it. This spray effect. It's a very simple shader. This looks kind of cool. I mean, numbers that are filled with two colors. Okay, so maybe we could show universal operations as flat field numbers. The unsigned would have a gradient fill. and signed could have either a different type of gradient, either reflected linear or maybe so, or repeated. And maybe you could even use the saturation to indicate magnitude. Let me open Inkscape. How will this look? Let me type a number. Let's change the font to something mathematical. This one is nice. A font like that, it immediately screams, "Hey, this is math." This is a really nice font, this C59. I'm looking for a latexy font, but something heavy, because I think thicker letters feel nicer for numbers. It's our heavy data. This is for hexadecimal values. Okay, let's keep this around. Outline like that also looks cool. It doesn't really scream unsigned, but looks nice. This one looks okay. It feels very nice, but it's not mathy. this one. Let's check tech fonts. Looks interesting. I cannot filter like that. It would be nice to filter them. Okay, let's say this is what we'll use. Actually, there was a better one. I remember a better one. C59. We come back to C59, it looks so nice. Okay, C59 it is. And we have variants. I wanted to see how we could style this text. Let's say we have two variants. Neutral. Say this is going to be neutral. Signed and unsigned. Okay, so this could be our standard variant. They aren't very distinctive when you look at them from far away. Please stroke. I don't think stroke is good here. I could use just color. But colors are kind of boring. Maybe we could use some of those styles. Like this transition between colors. It could be more wavy. What if this is sharper? Okay. Sharp transition feels... it's more readable, definitely more readable. Even have black line in the middle. How I could show this one? Thin black line at the bottom. something like this for signed numbers, possibly. Blurring. I'm a little bit afraid of blurring stuff because blurred stuff is less readable. Here's an idea for signed numbers. So if we display signed numbers like that, then unsigned would be... So the white strip represents 0 here. So in this version we would have 0. On the bottom. And here, white represents negative values. Of hard, and we also need to figure out how are we actually going to represent the conditions. So I was thinking about using scales for showing conditions. So we would have like a dial looking like this. Let's make it, I don't know, green. Anyway, and we would have an arrow pointing to the less lower or larger value. So this would be an icon for equal, and it would be neutral. For greater, look like that, or maybe like that. So we need 4 conditions actually for each type. Has to be something immediately obvious when you look at this. I feel this dial isn't super obvious.
Jennifer Potato says,
Hi, how goes it?
Hey. Well, I would say the stuff that we're doing is, I don't know, I have no prior art to look to. So I'm trying to come up with a reasonable style of presenting numbers in the user interface. Numbers in a sense that in Automat we can show numbers, unsigned numbers, signed numbers, and each of them can be compared using different comparisons. So I need to somehow make those numbers and those comparisons match in the user's head. So when you see a number which is signed, it should subconsciously suggest to you what type of comparison you can use here. I'm trying to think of different metaphors for this stuff.
Wojciech Krawczyk says,
Hey. So here's an idea for how different relations could be represented. So this could be equal if greater, this would be less equal, be less, this would be greater equal. rearrange them. Okay, now in this mode, for unsigned numbers, I guess we will just use the same gradient here. I think we can even reuse it. Or maybe a different version where the background has gradient. So this metaphor is based on weighing stuff, because, you know, everything has weight. So when you put two numbers on a scale, kind of scale tells you which is heavier, so which is larger. Pretty much. I think this would be a nice metaphor for numbers. And we would also show this sign somewhere. I think this could be this could work. Let me try to also change those. Okay, there's actually one subtle difference here. This vertical line, I think it should always be black because it shouldn't have a gradient. Because this operation is actually identical for all. For all number representations. Okay, I'll be right back. And I'm back. So this dial.
Knight says,
Hey everyone!
Hey Knight. I'm actually not super sure if this is crazy intuitive, but I think if we combine it with those symbols, then this could work, this dial idea. Let me prototype a larger version. Okay, so the idea here is that we have a vertical line in here symbolizing 0. Here we would have the symbol of the relation. For instance, two white lines representing equality. Now, for greater equals, Now this larger part.
TP Chica says,
Hello.
Hey. So, this is kind of nice because the symbol for equality has no dark gray region. And this is good because the opcode for equality in x86 is the same for signed and unsigned numbers. This. Well, actually, we'll have to come up with a negative version of this. Let me try to make one.
David Kushner's single. Daylight should have been named Vulcan.
I'm not familiar with this thing. Who is David Kushner? I'm afraid to play this because even a couple of seconds can... Yeah, I think I see what you mean. Scanning over the lyrics, yeah.
Also burned by a good show have been named Winnipeg.
Yeah. Or actually, I'm not cheating on WinAPI. At least it's stable and it doesn't break.
Let me save you the hustle. Because we got the fire, and we're burning one hell of a something they're gonna see us from outer space. Outer space lighted up. Who defines macro called min and max with all lowercase dot piped?
Yeah. This one actually hurts, but there are ways to get around this thing.
When it's something, it's always those two. There's actually an issue because of this. Because of this indicator, it's horizontal. High values are on the right. This metaphor doesn't make much sense. Strange that we don't have conic gradients. Conic gradients make sense. Okay, I need to figure out a better way to differentiate this stuff.
So maybe the selected region should be shown in white? No, in black. Or maybe something else entirely. Can I control the space where the gradient doesn't seem like I can. There is one more representation that could be nice. We could try represent conditions not on this 45, like not 45, 90-degree section of a circle, but we could use the full circle, and that could provide some extra information about how wrapping works. So we'd also have a symbol in the middle. We would have a section that indicates 0. So this would be equality. This would be inequality. Actually, this is a nice setup. So here I have 3 very easily colorable sections when the two are equal. When they are not equal. So the mixed field and outline letters, they look nice, but I think this will be... It's hard to create, hard to use this signal, negative and positive. Use the plus minus. Or maybe this is the way, plus minus.
I just learned the lore behind Mozilla Code styloguides.
What is the lore? This stuff looks nice. It's fairly corporate-y. The only twist that Mozilla uses is this like heatmap-like gradient. Okay, this indicator just begs, like there is empty space here. So what's the lore behind, Mozilla?
Microsoft. Mozilla I heavy on enums have an E for enums.
Code stack guide. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, there is nothing wrong with this E prefix. It's like constant that comes from an enum.
Specifically Emacs and M&A.
Emacs sounded like a text editor kind of for a moment. Enum values for Emacs and emin. I don't think I've seen enums being used to represent maximum or minimum for anything. Okay, so I think putting minus and plus doesn't really help with anything here, because both signed and unsigned.
What if Emacs is just mistyped Emacs, representing something coming from Max enum? Well,
Could be. What was the expansion for Emacs? Editor macros.
Why name has C lore when it's not interpreting C code?
May not be interpreting. Even Emacs is implemented in C. Okay, I think I will just use gradient that looks like that.
Is MX or Emacs Lisp implemented in C?
What else? There is not much choice.
I think whole FSF core codebase is C, only because x89 was only thing following their philosophy-t.
FSF has some... Actually, I'm not if FSF made this. There are some cool languages. Some like Super Linux specific languages. Vala is my favorite.
But whole SSF board looks like bunch of Java bots. never mind, I got my factual knowledge wrong. Armez is one who forced staying on C for most things.
There's nothing wrong with that. At least it's simple, right? You don't have to learn 10 different languages, only maybe 3. Like C, shell, and C macroprocessor.
And there is C standard conflicting with itself, allowing syntax 1 normal 1, and syntax 2, whatever it looks like, based from CPP front, and simultaneously allowing C to be compiled language, interpreted language, and script language.
Oh, if you played with CPP front, I'm actually interested in this one. I'm looking for a better way to kind of use this language. It's not the most easy one, so I'm really looking forward to stuff like Carbon or CPP front being usable. If you used it, how do you kind of how do you feel about CPP front? Okay, so this is how the comparisons for signed numbers would look like. This would be a comparison for unsigned.
Have you seen used Odin or V language?
No, none of those. I heard stuff about Odin, but never actually took a look at the language. Features, please. History sounds nice.
Odin features none.
I think this is important, like memory layout. A lot of languages totally ignore this with the assumption that programmer is stupid and the compiler is going to do a better job anyway. But the ability to... I mean, it's nice if the compiler does stuff for you, but there has to be a backdoor to actually manually control this stuff.
Basically, I find CP front to be kind of gap between C and CP.
Okay, Odin sounds like a sane version of C, like a modern C. Those two are big ones. How do they work? This is kind of how templates could have worked. Just append $sign because the template parameter, and this will also make template parameters, I mean, it's not being used here, like easier to distinguish from the rest of the code. Oh wow. Wow, wow, wow.
Actually, if you compare this against Zig syntax, one was stealed from another.
URL.
So the big selling point of CPP front is that it actually compiles to C++, so the interop is there. Compile time when statements, okay. So those are the hairy bits of the language. The basics in Odin, they look amazing. It's so regular. It seems to be so regular. And with the generics seem nice. Sweet. This one, I'm not sure what this means. We're taking a two-element array of integers, but then we are also checking the size of this array? Doesn't make sense. It's already written here. Okay, this makes more sense, because here we actually constrain the selection of this function. Oh yeah, I like Odin.
Automat and Oven when?
Eventually. So it's still not clear which of those languages is going to win in the end. I mean win. there is always one that kind of takes the cake at the end, like with Ruby and Python, right? Like 2 decades ago, Ruby kind of seemed like a solid candidate, but Python totally crushed it. So any type invested in those languages is, especially for large code base, it's just a huge pain to transition this.
Sounded like we will talk about it when I decide C sucks.
I mean, it does suck. There's no question about this. It just, in each of those languages, they seem great, but I bet when you actually try to switch to this, it will turn out that, for example, there is some like linking constraint where, I don't know, you cannot do as many hacks as C and C++ allow. I'm not sure whether such problems will appear, but something like that. You know, around the fringes of the language. So when I scan through this FAQ, it seems like they have most bases covered. This foreign system is important. This is the key. And those when statements. How does it handle multi-platform code? Like Windows/Linux mixed stuff? Or yeah, architecture-specific stuff.
First coding I wrote was key basic. Then I did some Java for Minecraft mods. Then learned CPP. Now I'm paid to maintain develop 35 mil block of C code. But whenever I try to use any other language, I just come back to C. Like C is my brain's reference point.
Yeah, it has some bad choices. Mostly, I mean, some of them come from like very early days of, some of them are inherited, some of them come from early days of C++.
Darshanon17 says,
What is happening here?
Hey, we're talking about Odin right now. Okay, foreign system, this is the next one that's interesting to me. Oh, and stepping back, we are designing some icons, let's say, for some x86 operations, so that they are more easy to understand.
TP Chica says,
Like not dropping register keyword back in 1979.
Darshanoni117 says,
Are you building some kind of kernel?
No, we're doing something like that. This is an app for doing macros in games, for botting essentially. So it can press mouse buttons and keyboard keys, and when it comes to logic, we're using x86 assembly to do that for scripting. So those cards are actually used to control the flow of the program.
CP Chica says,
Darshunonian 17. Kernel in German means core. Every project in German has its kernel.
Yeah, so this stuff here, for example, this is a macro that buys ingredients from a vendor in Skyrim. It's incomplete though, because we are still missing a lot of UI features, and there are a lot of visual glitches in the UI. So now we want to replace this icon with some nicer, hopefully easier to understand symbol.
Dasha 917 just followed on Twitch.
Thanks for the follow. So it's kind of a little bit like trying to design a system for like normal people to code. Like normal, I mean people without experience in programming. Maybe normal is a bad word for this. Oh yeah, I was going to take a look at this Odin foreign system. Foreign system is like the most critical thing for me, because
Dasha 917 says,
Like you are building Kedra or Ida, but with cool white.
yeah, and something that should be usable for somebody who didn't went through like university and all of the programming courses. Ignore the graphical glitches. So we have simple OCR. It doesn't work great when I try it on this. I could, for example, do OCR on VLC.
Well, is it on GitHub?
Yeah. So when I run this, it will scan the VLC window, recognize this text here, and load it into a register. Okay, it says not connected to an assembler. Okay, we have bugs that we still have to fix. It should be connected. Oh yeah, now it crashed. Oh well, oh well. Yeah, so it's on GitHub, and I invite you to Discord. Because we have Discord now. Okay, so we have 10 different opcodes here. I think the circle-based I will put aside, because my hope with circle representation was that when you're comparing two numbers and you have a dial that kind of shows like on a weight the direction which is heavier, it could also intuitively represent the wraparound. So when this number wraps around this position, we could actually display this. I still feel like this could work, this circle idea. Yeah, representing numbers in memory as angles. It has this nice property that wraparounds works exactly like it works in actual CPU memory. Let's go over all of the operations that we want to have. Parity, oh god, parity is going to be hard. Because the parity in x86 checks whether number of bits in the last byte or first byte is even or odd. But only first byte.
CP Chica says,
Wait, since Windows Clan have feature parity with MSVC on Window, not talking about Clan Call Wall Street.
I think for quite a long time, I think Chromium always used Silang. So Silang on Windows has two frontends. There is the standard Linux one, which works like GCC, but there is also Silang-CL. Or yeah, like what you're saying. Yeah, I thought it always was there. Let me think about this idea here.
Now my problem is not compiler now, it's just figuring out how to get around Windows SDK.2. Yeah, I never actually learned Windows SDK.
And Windows also has some of like very quirky, the most recent versions of Windows, this Windows RT, I think, API. They introduced some kind of new C++ style. I totally don't understand it. So those are for overflow parity and 2 more. Sign and not sign. Honestly, if we can just design symbols for those comparisons, I will be happy. I wanted to fix some bugs today, but if this can work, then it's going to be huge already. So in this circle for signed numbers, we could have something like that, which would go from this grayish color So this is how the gradient would look like. It would start with this. And end with red. Unfortunately, Inkscape doesn't have conic gradients. It's only linear and radial. So we have to imagine how this would look like. Like that here.
Unknown17 says,
Liken Claude's desktop agent do the same kind of thing.
So I was asking AI to do this kind of stuff, but it's not super creative when it comes to ideas. It really tries to go with mathematical syntax as much as it can, and it doesn't have this sort of like, and when I ask it to be creative, it's slightly too creative. Like, it's trying to come up with ideas that cannot be really drawn, like designs which are just too complex to fit on a card. Because the stuff that we want to draw, it has to fit on a card in this place. And ideally it should be editable. So on this widget, we should be able to click different sections to toggle them. Actually, think of which, maybe we could have a plus and plus minus. So maybe there could be a clickable toggle that would flip between those two modes. No, here we would have something like that. Okay, so when we do an operation on signed numbers, then crossing this line switches on the overflow flag. And yeah. Okay, finishing below switches on the sign flag, so we okay, this condition is very hard to display visually, the way that x86 works. For those comparisons, I would give up on this. It's nice because those two lines, they look kind of like equality symbol now. I think this is slightly too weird. this circular thingy. Or maybe not. Yeah, exactly. This is what I want. Different color spaces. Okay, here we are going through this boring purplish color. Here we don't. Here we are doing something crazy, and also here. Honestly, this interpolation with just a middle color set to slightly purplish is probably better than any of those fancy color spaces. So this one apparently is equivalent to jump carry.
Watched your YouTube video. Now got what you are actually building.
Yeah, it's hard to describe. Yeah. Still, mostly it's for playing games, but playing games is like an open problem. You kind of need pretty much general intelligence to play games. So it's just an programming interface in the end.
Do you build? It is similar to it, but for OS.
Yeah, so I know I've been in this space for a long time as a hobby. I'm not like professional here. There are some families of visual interfaces to computers. It's like we have this whole family of user interfaces on desktops where we have buttons and text boxes and we are using mouse for everything. I don't know what it's called, forms, windows, mouse. Anyway. Like a complete paradigm of building user interfaces. So when it comes to end user programming, let's call it, there is this whole family of node and wire. This is how they are called, I think, node and wire interfaces. They are probably the most popular. Blender, Unreal, ComfyUI, Unity Engine. There are tons of shader editors, music editors that work like that. Some architects, like professional software for architects, uses a similar approach.
But your Wii is actually next level.
Yeah, it's... I am actually using like an older idea or simpler idea. This is something that's common in games. If you have a game like Factorio, you have essentially objects that kind of send signals to one another. So this is kind of how it works here. it's not functional. I mean, it could be functional. Objects could process other objects and assume they represent some kind of graph of computation and work like that. But so the nice thing about this is that it's very natural to translate those graphs into programming, into any programming language, to evaluate them. You can evaluate them from any direction, from the start, from the end. You can generate equivalent C or JavaScript or GLSL or whatever you want to kind of emit out of this graph. Yeah, and it's a fine approach. This doesn't work well with control flow though. If you have some control flow in this graph, it tends to become messy. It's quickly turning into spaghetti. So I think an ideal representation would be a mix of this plus some nice way of solving the control flow problem, like loops, ifs. Another thing which doesn't work in this approach is memory, granular memory control. Those graphs, if you actually want to process large data, yeah, there are also issues there. You have to cleverly feed in data into graphs before you process it here. I mean, those graphs, they are fine, they just need some kind of wrapper that would allow you to control how you manage memory.
So, how are you overcoming it?
Yeah, with more procedural approach. Procedural meaning that...
Messy graphs.
Yeah, so possibly graphs in Automat will be even more messy, but a lot of the connections are implicit. Sorry. So instructions, for instance, you don't really have instructions just flying there, you know, in the void. They have to be mapped to memory. So this instruction actually has an implicit connection to an assembler. So a lot of those objects, they look around and they figure out themselves what do they need from their context. So there are actually messy connections here, incredibly messy connections. It's just the environment tries to hide them. And now that we have many, recently we added a many so that we can open many on top of objects. So we will slowly be adding more power usery options using this many here. So that users should be able to control those implicit connections. Yeah, so hopefully Automat graphs will be simpler. Also, the standard connection where you have just a sequence of instructions. We have plans how to simplify this. It's just we're continuously fixing bugs, adding small new features. But the plan is that we will have a scroll. There will be a scroll object, and when you jump into a scroll, so like all of the objects within a scroll will be aligned vertically, and they will execute one after another without the need for those connections. So this will simplify some of the messy connections, because the simple kind of sequence of instructions is the most common case.
What's that white circle above your mouse?
It's my eye tracker, so it shows you what I'm kind of thinking at the moment. So if I think about closing a window, you will see that I'm looking at the X button. And it tends to show what I will do before I even think what I want to do. So it's a very creepy device.
Did you build that eye tracker?
Oh no, there is just... I got one from Toby. This is how it looks. This is something that you just glue onto your monitor. Word of warning, they have terrible drivers for Linux. By terrible, I mean discontinued. Okay, and the plan is that we are going to show try and see. We are going to show those mnemonics in a very small print that will look like decoration, and only people who kind of know what this means will actually realize they are there. Okay, but I actually wanted to look at this representation. Okay, let's go into code. I think this will actually be easier to prototype in code than here. So here we have draw condition code. Our condition code is a rectangle, 8 by 8 millimeters. Sounds fine. Background is going to be just this bright white color. Should run it like that. Okay, so now a condition is a circle. I think this line is slightly too thick. Let's try with half a millimeter line. Okay, now we want to show the zero line, like a reticule that shows the zero. Let me double check. Oh no. Indicator.
Are you using Z?
I tried it, but it doesn't have the extensions that I like, so I gave up. So I use the power mode, which does the explosions when I type, and backgrounds. I like to have some dynamic backgrounds. So those are kind of the killer extensions that I miss in Z. If Z actually had them, that would be amazing. I would really prefer a faster editor, because sometimes VS Code, it actually hangs. I mean hangs. It works, but it has this latency. Okay, now I need to find the position at the border.
VS Code is too heavy.
Yeah, it is sluggish. In a large code base especially.
Were you in some tech or some big game company?
I used to... So I have a brother who works at Activision, so he makes games. And he made one so long ago himself. So I know about game development from him and from my wife. My wife is an artist. I actually used to work in cybersecurity, so it's not very UI related experience. But I know the low level kind of details. I know how computers work. Yeah, cybersecurity kind of teaches you those things.
I am currently learning cybersec in my UNAG.
Yeah, this is a good specialization, I can tell you. We have tons of people in the team, people who went through university and specialized in cybersecurity were amazing. Like, yeah. I myself didn't. I went through university specializing in AI, which is actually totally useless in the context of cybersecurity. Because when you have attacks, they always work by stepping outside of the box and doing something different that nobody tried before. AI is just not that great at those things. When you have training data, it only can represent past exploits. It can never capture the future innovation.
But now there's his vibe coding.
Yeah. Vibe coding works when the stuff that you're vibe coding has been implemented or roughly implemented by someone before. When the program that you're vibe coding is essentially in the training data. If it is, yeah, it's gonna work. So a lot of the small games that people are implementing, there are plenty of small games on GitHub. So LLMs have a lot of reference material that they have been trained on. To use when implementing this stuff. Vibe coding is also incredibly good at some of the FizzBuzz problems, because again, they have been solved thousands of times. And there are plenty of solutions on GitHub. So if I had this case where I wanted to do a fast string search, so I just had to I just wrote Boyer Moore string search. Maybe it will work. I was using Copilot for this, now I'm using Cursor, so Cursor has slightly different interface.
I've actually written it on a non-disk database from scratch, managing all the low-level stuff myself, like how data's stored, indexed, and retrieved.
You're Arlo.
So this is like SQLite. Let's take a look.
Yeah.
And that was 7 months ago, so I guess it wasn't vibe coded. But I think some things, I think vibe coding would be perfect for like implementing B-trees.
Now.
Nice. I was just checking if you're parsing proper SQL, because you should only call yourself SQL if you actually parse this. Nice. space. I don't like that it's... Oh, it's touching this exactly. Okay, I have to change the diagonal. Now it should work.
Shantanu says,
What are you doing, bro?
Hey. Let it build. So we are trying to... So we are working on widgets that... We are working on widgets that represent x86 instructions right now. So here we want to create specifically the bit that symbolizes a condition. There are 16 conditions in x86 instruction set. So this is what we are working on right now. I could mark this as const expr. Okay, ignore this. Some kind of bug I haven't yet fixed. Okay, now we have a nice indicator for the 0 position.
Dashanon17 says,
How are you storing the stuff in the registers?
Shantanu says,
Where are you from, bro?
So let's talk about coding stuff. So storing stuff within registers, actually within... There is this whole architecture that I actually want to change. So for assembler, right now what I'm doing is I'm starting a separate thread. I am attaching to this thread as a debugger, and I use the ptrace system call to get... I mean, not system call, I use the C library, but I use the ptrace to inspect the registers of another thread. And when I, for example, change these values here, I recompile. I mean, recompile. It's a big word. I basically emit assembly. I just change the instructions in memory for this thread. Yeah, essentially.
Dashanon117 says,
Is unsafe.
Not really. Operating system can pause another thread. So before I change, for example, a register, I send a signal, I tell the OS to pause the thread, I set a register and restart the thread. So yeah, this part is not unsafe. I mean, it probably is, because I'm not paying too much attention 2 error cases, as you can probably see from how it looks. But this should be mostly correct. Okay, I'm doing scaling. So the icon should have better size. And I will draw black circle in the middle. Let's go for 2 millimeters. So about separate thread. I actually want to not use separate thread for assembly because this separate thread is actually kind of expensive. It's like a couple of megabytes that have to be allocated for the stack. So I actually want to switch to a different mode of executing this, where I basically execute assembly on the same thread. I just jump into the assembly and it executes. And when the render thread wants to read the state of registers, it's going to send signals, and the signal handler would take care of the register reading, so no need for debugging even. So there is a way to avoid debuggers here.
Can you make a small program to actually call runPy when you look at terminal with your eye tracker?
Yeah, it's doable, but Windows only. Like I said, Toby has terrible drivers on Linux. I actually use a dedicated Windows PC for streaming, and I have all of the Toby related stuff there. They used to have Linux drivers, and you can still find them somewhere on GitHub, but getting them to work is pain. It's just hard.
Shantani says,
Hey, Darshan, are you from India, bro?
I would like to draw this equality differently.
Larsano in 117 says,
Yeah? Yeah.
Maybe I will keep this. Okay, so there are two more things. So when, depending on the condition, I also need a path for active region. And the paint. I am going to take all of this. Move this here. Okay, so all of the signed I will have here, and all of the unsigned I will have here. Let's see. So less is signed. Below is unsigned.
Can you do a GMP instruction to a random memory?
Not right now, but the plan is to make it possible, yeah. There are valid uses for random jumps, but random jumps in x86 are actually hard to perform because most jump instructions are PC relative. So you can jump outside of your function, but it's hard to point to a specific address in memory. You have to usually go through a register. Usually. Sometimes there are ways to avoid it.
Protected mode disallows some of it.
I mean virtual memory. You cannot jump to kernel memory. Of course not. We are in the... We kind of live and die inside our virtual memory still. There's no way around that. I will also put default here. Okay, we need 3 colors actually. We want 3 different colors. We are going to start with this one. This is the hex value. Or maybe we'll end with this. We are going to start with it. The middle color is going to look like that. And the final is going to be just... oh, actually not fully red. After colors we have positions, which is nothing, 3. How does this sweep shader work? Okay, so we have to define this slightly differently. We will start and we need positions. We will start with neutral, go to red. Then blue. Okay, so let's do those positions. This should be 4. Okay, so now we have a gradient. Here we are going to do the same except we are going to have just two colors. What is this R? Okay, so that was fill. Next one is highlight region, this path. And this is actually a problem because what should be the region here? So if the left side is greater, like heavier, then the arrow should go up. Can go full cycle. Here it's kind of easy. Should I draw this as a circle like this one, maybe? Or an idea. Okay, for now I will just use the full shape. Oh crap, I moved the symbols.
For how long you been working on it?
So I started streaming roughly a year ago. But before that I worked on it for, again, about a year. I mean directly. I've been playing with those things for much longer. I mean specifically on this project I'm working for about 2 years. Okay. So now we should see gradient from the unsigned numbers. I mean, no, yeah, because not equals is... we don't care about type of the number here. I just want to see a different condition. So this should be unsigned. It should go from purple to red. Wow. We are definitely starting with the right color. Then we are going to this reddish. And then we should go to this blue. Okay, maybe I have to do this, because they have to be strictly increasing. So we should end with this red. But why do we go with this hard red? Oh, there is a version with start and end angle. Let's do that. So we're starting with blue, going through neutral and then to red. So we should not need positions. Just 3. Clamp sounds fine.
Who's your favorite programmer?
Not sure. There is one guy who I really like his approach. I think it's called Bernstein, his name. Daniel Bernstein. I was thinking David. Yeah. I like his code. It's very simple. I mean, it's a very complex thing, but he implements stuff in a very simple way. I think something that we should see more of that. And then we need flags. And the matrix.
Knight says,
Terry A. Davis dropped.
Oh yeah.
117 says,
Do you know George Hotz or John Carmack are right?
So I've seen John Carmack at some game conference. George Hotz, no, not really. I know John Carmack wrote a lot of stuff, but I haven't read it, so it's hard for me to kind of talk about this.
Knight says,
He is my favorite. Dot.
Yeah. He did some incredible things. I mean, one incredible thing, but it's a big one.
Low pass effect.
What is this start and end angle? What units does it have? Wait a moment, I'm setting condition code above, so this is unsigned. So let's do this. Oh yeah, it's because this count is set to 4. Okay. That was the issue, why we are seeing strange things. Now it looks good. Start with -180 and with 180. Okay, maybe let's start with 0 and with 360, but local matrix, we'll have a matrix here.
Fabulax says, URL.
Yeah. I wonder whether there is any effort to continue template OS now. Nice. Okay. So this is how it should look. It has neutral 0, negative, positive part. For some reason we don't have a symbol for S. Okay, doesn't matter. Let's do G. Or actually no, let's do A. So A should be unsigned. So we should change this to 2. What is wrong? You try to do it like that. Maybe I really need to specify this start and end angle. Okay, I have a theory. If I move this on screen, oh, it does not change. Oh yeah, origin. I'm specifying wrong origin. That could have been it. Nice. Okay, I am going to offset this just a little bit. So that 0 is neutral. now how could we display? I need to design the remaining, so I need to design several things. Those 6 operations, and how should the field region look like? Because when we are using those symbols, it's fairly easy how we should fill this. It would be like that. Could do a 90-degree arrow, but that's not going to show the whole region. Maybe
Dash 917 says,
Do you stream daily?
every other day, so not quite daily. Why does it keep switching? Stop. Maybe I could highlight the active region like that. That one was nicer. Okay, I think I will switch to those, but still. So overflow. I think overflow is easy to signal using this icon. For showing the sign, I could have that. Kind of the same as this region, just a different icon. Actually, it should be the opposite. I think I will draw a simple dial here and show an arrow coming from here towards the dial. Also, I will shift the center, shift everything. This will simplify drawing. I know I'm jumping between between different ideas, but I think the circle is actually the better one for dials. I have to think how to do parity and the overflow. Okay, it seems we are drawing this correctly. Okay, so if we have overflow, then first of all we need an icon for this. I thought we had a really nice... Oh. My dog is targeting me again. I think we had some ideas in Krita how to do those conditions. Maybe not.
Fabulux says,
I just discovered a project on GitHub that lets you change channels on YouTube, like a TV. Coincidentally, you're among the code contributors.
URL.
Okay, I bet it kills the bandwidth. Oh yeah, I think I remember this. It's like an interface to YouTube that works more like TV. There are different categories.
URL.
See. Of air. Interesting. Oh yeah, there we are. Nice. This is some old stream. Okay, switching back. I want to show those dials. Let's do one of the versions. It's just one of the conditions. Let's fully develop this.
Yeah, that's an old stream, 4 months ago.
Yeah, 4 months ago we've been, I think, starting the assembler. So, yeah. Let's do this dial thingy. Okay, let's do our dial. So for above, which is this, we should have an arrow that's... First of all, we should have a triangle that goes from 0 to the top. Let's first do that. Alright, now we can draw this dial. It should be drawn at the same time as we draw the outline. I mean, roughly when we do those things. Very simple shape here. And we should also draw the circle starting here, like a normal arrow that will go from here to here, and it will just have a direction indicator. Or maybe it could start here. About this. It's probably something that we should prototype. It's just a convenient function to have. Example for this. I just wanted to position the corner at the correct height. I need to find a couple points here. I want to draw an arrow that starts here and ends here.
Chuckles says,
Unique cursor.
Indeed.
Oh, that's eye tracker, lol.
Yeah, so to patch the cursor, I actually had to extract it, taking advantage of the squashfs of the AppImage format to actually patch some CSS files in here to properly show the backgrounds. By the way, it was interesting. So what libraries does it come? It comes with Vulkan. So Vulkan loader is pre-packed. Interesting. $7 megabytes for Vulkan loader? Whoa, crazy. And it even comes with Swift Shader, so if I don't have Vulkan on my machine, it's going to render itself with Swift Shader. Wow. Well thought, I have to say. We should see something, I'm not sure what, but the dial should show like a section of a circle now. It does not. Expected something here. Oh, this is control point. Actually, the control point is easy to... Actually, no, it's not so easy to figure out. Oval might be easier. We need to figure out the oval first. I think there is a hacky way to do this. I'm going to specify this. Well, start angle, let's say 0. Let's go for 80. Maybe I should not call this close. Yeah, I know the issue. Times 2. Finally. This is how it should look. I would say that's pretty nice. We should probably increase start angle. Decrease this. It's like drawing stuff from code. The nice thing about this is that the shapes are always nicely aligned. So we're getting all sorts of nice positions here. Okay, now I would like to draw an arrow here. So actually, after I do this, I could Okay, so this way we are drawing some kind of arrow. Let's just decrease the sweep angle to 50 maybe. And this should look different. So this is the length of the arrow, kind of. I'm honestly not sure if we need this part. Yeah, I think it's slightly cleaner this way. Length of the arrow. Now. I think it should be definitely longer. Let's try with, I will just hardcode something like 2 millimeters. Way too long. Also feels kind of longish. Okay, square root. Be divided. Maybe I should divide it by this. Actually, no, this should be width times 3. Actually, let's do this differently. This is the way to do it. Okay, looks about right now. Okay, this condition should also have different region here. Zero should be empty. That should be the only difference here. Cool.
Patrick Nowak says,
Merrick, how are you? Do you remember your first bigger project you made yourself?
Hey. Do I remember? Yeah. So when I was starting programming, I was coding scripts for MMO servers. So there was a large Ultima server that I was scripting. If I remember correctly, I was writing script for controlling alchemy and vampires. Because in Ultima, custom servers can have fancy custom stuff. Yeah, fun stuff, like not knowing how to program and trying to discover how to like sort stuff. Stuff was hard.
Oh, nice. So it is where I'll start at P8.
Yeah. I'm curious how this would look if I offset this by border. Not sure. I think it now has.
I like to watch people with passion, and I think you have a lot of passion for programming, TD.
Yeah, when I was working as a programmer, I tended to relax by programming just different stuff. Because it's really diverse. It's kind of, if your day-to-day is kind of corporate programming, then coding and graphics is, it just feels totally different. Okay, the reason we are using such strange shape to describe greater, it's just because we are trying to introduce some visual system that should hopefully make it easier to intuitively understand how some assembly operations work, like this comparison. We are comparing this like...
That is the key. You have to get relaxed by programming and not stressed that you lack a lot of skill. Haha.
Yeah. So for comparing stuff, like right now we are saying in English that we are comparing this with this, but the goal for this instruction is that we will actually show a scale, like a picture of a device that compares the weight of this register and this register. because this is essentially what comparison does. It compares the magnitude of two numbers. And right now we are using the greater. Actually, this should be equals or like not equals. So we will switch this condition in a moment. But okay, this condition is not finished still. It should look slightly differently. So this shape, I will draw it in a different way. I'm removing this scale from here. Or maybe it's okay. Maybe I shouldn't complicate life for myself. But my plan was to actually draw this using correct width of lines. Because this is slightly skinny compared to rest of the object. Okay. Let's go through all of the opcodes and try to draw the dial properly for them. So for overflow, let's start with overflow. We'll go in order, from top to bottom.
It looks awesome.
I'm afraid it could still be a little bit complicated. But okay, for overflow, we have to come up with idea how to represent this. So overflow flag, what it means is that some operation crossed this line here. So maybe I could draw a dial pointing here and here, and they could be connected with a line. And show a circle here. Or draw a dial pointing this way. I think there should definitely be a circle here for this overflow. And maybe there should be a line coming through this circle. Constants, let's take them out. I mean, those constants, those are const exp, they should be captured.
Keanu Farrow says,
Hi, Al. Dude, been a while.
Hey. Yeah, indeed.
I have an internship opportunity at Running with Scissors, the creators of Postal Games series.
Oh, nice. I love Postal. So Postal 1 was very good. I haven't played 2, honestly. Yeah, it sounds like a cool game dev company.
They reviewed my GitHub profile, and although I don't have much C experience, I'm very familiar with C. And they like my projects, although not too game dev related.
Nice. Really nice. Maybe this circle is unnecessary. This sequence should cause a triangle to appear at the end, like that. Now drawing triangles should be easier. Okay, so this is overflow. I think we should have a symbol for overflow. I really remember we used to have one. Oh well. Maybe Inkscape uses terrible paths. I will grab one of those first. No, we have to use Inkscape for this. It's too hard to design a proper path. Let's do a regular circle. So this is a basic drop shape. this drop could be better. Let's try again. Five by 5. And let's do a triangle. Okay, this is a much nicer drop. Okay, it's almost good. I just need to delete the beginning. Like this. Or I can scale it. Okay, this is our overflow icon. Maybe we could increase the distances between these points. Scale it down a little bit. Looks better. Okay, now the next one, not overflow. Switch to not overflow. We don't have anything here. I think maybe we could draw something similar. But we will reverse the kind of place where we draw the arrow. So we will start here, but the sweep angle is going to be minus 270. Okay, and our no overflow icon. How could it look? Maybe like that. Looks reasonable, right? Let's make this relative. To 0 here. Feels right. I think this could be larger, it's totally unreadable at this scale. I could also draw those drops with a cross. Honestly, this one is totally unreadable. Somebody who doesn't know what it's about, they are just going to have no chance of figuring this out. I'm still looking for a better idea for this. But okay. Let's proceed to the next symbol. Next one is less. I think it will be just like this one. Except it's going to be called dial down. I'm basically just going to start with the icon. I grab the icon. This is it. Let's scale it by 0.4. Paste it back. Except this is less than, so have the no zero region. This Y is totally unnecessary. And that should be it. Just changing direction. So less is used for signed numbers. Let's see how below looks. Should be the same with a different background. Yeah. Cool. Next is greater equal. First, let's scale this. Something is wrong. It was definitely scaled. Maybe I should also shift this up. I know, I guess it's slightly better. The arrow, now we need the arrow. Let's grab this dial up. Let's call this 0 up. Yeah, and that should be the right arrow. So I want this arrow to start at a slightly different position. A subtle thing, but important. Okay, now let's try above equal. Looks good. The next one is just equal.
Patrick Nowak says,
Marek, in your opinion, how many years will it take before AI completely takes over programmers' jobs?
I know, maybe 5, something like that. It's really hard to say. The progress in AI is based on breakthroughs every now and then, and breakthroughs are highly unpredictable. There are just a couple of things that are still necessary to do complex stuff. And I think before, actually, it's hard to say. And there is the dexterity also, the problem of dexterity. I think now that the LLM rush is slowing down, I think more people will focus on robotics, on writing programs that can actually control mechanical systems. Okay, this equality should use different region. Yeah, but even if AI is deployed and it takes kind of programmer stuff, programmers it's just general problem solving. It's like translating real world problems into a language that computers can understand. If AI can do that, AI can do pretty much any type of mental work. For this equality, I would also like to do dial. Move to the center point. Maybe it will be more readable that way. It is not super readable. Okay, I switched the code to not draw zero boundaries. I think I could move to the end now that we don't have the boundaries. Okay, it should be wider. Okay, I think now it's looking good. I wanted to check some things like overflow. Do they still look acceptable? Because I removed 2 lines now. Okay. Okay, I think this overflow is actually suddenly more readable. Those 2 lines were complicating this. Nice. Anyway, let's go back to not equal. Okay, we have to scale this again. Okay, any value except 0. I don't think we need to draw the dial anywhere here. Should be, hopefully should be obvious. Let's check, less equal now. Scale this and move it up. Okay, the arrow should start here and go down. Come on, you can do it. Start. Looks fine. So let's check below equal now. Works. That works. Next is greater. Looks good. Above should have just different background. Check a greater again. I want to double check and make sure there is no 0 highlighted there. Okay, it's not. This condition below also checks for the carry flag. Think I will copy this. No, it doesn't make much sense. It's really hard to figure out a symbol that could indicate less than, but also this idea of going over the boundary. Or actually, it kind of makes sense. Yeah. I think it's actually a decent representation. Okay, we checked greater, above. Next one is sign. For sign, we don't have any symbol. The symbol should be just negative. Quickly draw a minus sign. Just trying to make this symmetric. Okay, it's way too large. Let's just scale it. Now it should be good. It's funny that scaling the SVG down makes the SVG representation actually larger, because we have to encode those extra decimal places. Okay, this is just my OCD. So I will take this and append it again. This is our beautiful plus sign. Okay, I wanted to change this. I'm still working on this sign display. I wanted to change the region that I'm showing. This oval. I think it's fine. Actually, this should be -10. And sweep angle should be -170. And there was a crooked line, but if I draw the horizontal lines for the 0, it's not going to be visible. It's inner oval. Okay. So this condition looks good. Now let's check not sign. I will copy this, just change some values. So we'll start from -10 and we'll do 180. It should probably be negative border width. Okay, the two hardest now. Parity. Yeah, this looks perfect. I have no idea how to represent parity. Parity is specifically in the last byte. Is there a symbol for parity? By the way, I don't care about math notation. Although this modulo 2 So I don't have enough space to enumerate all of the possible values. This is such a strange flag to have, honestly. So, to properly represent this, I would have to somehow say that instead of taking the value of the whole number, that we are only taking care of the last byte. Or lowest byte. And that the value of each bit is kind of the same. We're just counting bits. Their position doesn't make sense anymore. Okay, I think I have an idea. So here I could draw a symbol of a flag, because we are using flags to represent bits. And then around the circle I could position fields for those numbers from 0 to 8. And when we are talking about P, I will highlight the sections matching 0, 2, 4, 6, 8. And for not P, I will highlight 1, 3, 5, 7. Okay, let's start with the symbol of the flag. This one I think we already had somewhere. I probably just need to open the right SVG. Yeah, here is our flag. Okay, this is clone. Okay, I can take this path. Convert to relative. Let's get rid of this. Okay. See how this looks. I think I should make it larger. This will be probably too small. Yeah, definitely too small. Still too small. think to make this work better. Just making it thicker. Yeah, looks okay. This flag is still too thin. Okay, I think this symbol should be enough to communicate that we are I think it looks fine now. That we are interested in the number of bits. Now we have two things that we can do. I could use the dial to draw the letters, maybe. I'm going to use a neutral font. This was annoying. I have no idea how is this going to work. So I'm taking the glyph for 0 and storing it in the path. I think this is a really large glyph. This path should be huge when I do this. Okay, we have reverse M here somehow. Okay, this will be 9. Okay, now I should have glyph for digit 0. Yep. this has to be negative because I'm using different coordinate system than Skia. Oh, it's already 6 p.m. So okay, from here to here there will be 0, then 1, 2, 3, 4, up to 8. Next thing we are going to do is we are going to center this glyph. Okay, now we will have a bunch of letters, but they will all be centered at 0. So that's still not what we want. I'm not even sure if we really see them. So before drawing dial, let's just draw it in red paint. So that it's definitely visible. And we can draw this over the circle. Okay, we have a bunch of digits centered at 0. Okay, so each of the glyphs is now moved to the center of the circle, so that it should be visible without being read. Okay, they are just too large. I think we have to scale them. A little bit. So I'm not worried about putting some extra scales here. This is going to be executing once when Automat starts up. Probably smaller still. And we can switch back to black. I need to fix this bug. I have no idea why it doesn't want to start. I mean, it's okay, I guess, this font. Could be thicker. Let's see, maybe there is bold font? Do we have a bold font? Honestly, don't remember those fonts. So this is Slinky, and we also have Silk Screen. And this is Silk Screen. Maybe it's not that bad. I think I'm not going to need this scale anymore, because now I can fiddle with this value here with letter size. It feels slightly shifted. Yeah, it's touching start, not touching end, but this one... I think silk screen may have bad bounds defined. But this one also has issues. Okay, this is another way to do it. I'm ignoring essentially what the font is telling me, and I'm computing the bounds myself based on the outline of the character. Yeah, and it works much better. Could even switch to silk screen again. Okay, so this parity dial and parity symbol, I think they can be basically shared between those two. Okay, so numbers were one part of this design. The next is to actually highlight the even or odd sections. Actually, no. Instead of doing those arcs, I can just move to 0, 0. Or maybe not move to, maybe line to. Maybe we need this close. Who knows? Okay, this highlighting doesn't work. Oh, it should be 9. That was silly. So this is how we signal that we are checking the parity of the lowest byte. Let's call this even parity. Because here okay, I'm just going to copy this over. We will have auto parity, and let's see how the other symbol looks, NP. This parity flag, so strange. Okay, I forgot about the most important bit, the condition. Okay. Sweet. And the fact that we are using a quote-unquote 8-bit font, I think is also nice, because I think it's some form of a signal that it's it's affecting the last byte. Just one byte. 8 bits, right? 8-bit font. Okay. I will remove the override that we used for debugging. And I guess this will be it for today. So next week I'm actually going for vacation. So there will be no streams. but I will try to finish those immediates offline. So maybe next stream we'll already have working immediate widget. A lot of the symbols I don't like. This equality, for instance, I think it should be much thicker, the lines. It should feel nicer, this symbol. Anyway. So next time we'll see each other in 2 weeks. And hopefully by that time this is going to be editable. Okay then. See you. Bye.